Yeah. What's happening? Good morning. Laura, calm down, please. This isn't a hoedown.
What?
Although I think we should have a hoedown someday. Some sort of
not?
like rodeo, some sort of like a bacon and beer hoedown edition.
It's a great idea.
Back in college, the only parties that the girls hosted were called, oh man, I just had it. Barn, it's not a barn party,
where
but
are we
you,
going with this?
well, you basically throw a party in a barn.
Barnyard party.
Huh.
I forget what it's called now, but I just had it a
Barnyard
second ago.
Bonanza. Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Barnyard Bonanza. I don't
Wait,
know.
we call
It's a
it whatever
working
we
time.
want. But you think about it, you just get a giant barn. Everybody goes in cowboy gear. You still play rock music.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
It's like
I'm
a.
not playing that country. We're just going to party like those guys.
I mean, we
Yeah.
can definitely play a little
Yeah,
bit.
we should do that.
Slow
After Friday's Bacon and Beer was such a success, we should do that theme sometime. But
We can do some square dancing.
yeah.
It'd be real fun.
Wow.
Grab your butt around and round.
Good morning. It is Tuesday, February 20th, 2024. Tanner, Drew, and Laura, we are live. We will start with this morning. Madam Web is in theaters. It came out over the weekend. Mm-hmm. I did not go and see Madam Web. I have no interest in seeing the movie. The trailer didn't make any sense. I was like, I saw the trailer twice because I went and saw a movie with my mom, and then I went to go see something else by myself, and both times they showed it. And I was like, I don't know what's going on in this trailer.
Yeah.
I watched the movie, and when the trailer was over, I was like, I don't know what I just saw.
Well, I'm not shocked you didn't go because all of the stories you played or read last week played to why would you ever even try?
Last I checked, the movie had a 13% on Rotten Tomatoes.
13.
They're saying it's not only one of the worst superhero films ever made, it is one of the worst films ever made.
Just in general.
And
Wow.
I guess it's so bad that Dakota Johnson, I can't even say her name. I think I just had a stroke saying
DJ.
it. But yeah, Dakota Johnson apparently fired the agency team after the movie came
She's
out.
like, why would you give me this gig? Like, this was a terrible recommendation.
Right.
It's a little bit of a cop out too. Like, don't you also have a say in the?
Right.
I mean, unless she's in one of these deals where you don't get the say in what you do, but
Well, and also, I'm sure she didn't reject the paycheck.
Right.
yeah,
I'm
it's
sure
know
that's
what I
big.
mean? Like,
I'm bigger than that. You're like, give the money back.
The rumors are that she claims her and the other actresses, or some of the actresses, or even people in the movie, were lied to. They believed that they were shooting a Marvel Cinematic Universe project when it was not.
okay.
So I guess they were lied to like sign the contract. Anyway, who
It
knows?
did say Sony on the contract.
It
right?
does say Sony on the contract,
Right,
which
yeah.
you should
Do you
know.
have eyes? Like, can you read?
Yeah,
or-
exactly.
don't have
Because
much
that's not
room
the same
for-
studio.
I didn't mean to.
But anyway, who knows what the rumors are? But Dakota Johnson's apparently very frustrated and upset, and so the rest of the cast of the movie, the audience, they're just having a field day with it. The internet thinks it's hilarious. It's like it's so bad. It's so bad it's good type movie.
Yeah.
You know, they're saying it could live up to that
I
status.
was
like
going to
Gentleman.
say it could become a cult classic one day.
Is it Sharknado cult classic? Or,
I don't know if
or
it's
are we,
that big.
Or are we talking
Sharknado is like a cult, like a cult. Yeah, it's like
Well, Cocaine Bear might be a good one.
that is a good one. Anyway, the internet's fired up. Here is one movie reviewer that I follow on TikTok. Here's his review of it.
Madam Web, let's review. The movie started off okay for like the first 5 minutes. Then it went into some Electra level CGI. And then I said, now mind you, the script is garbage. The dialogue is garbage. But Dakota Johnson ain't even trying. She couldn't give a less. She just want her check and she want the over with. If I never saw Euphoria, I wouldn't think Sydney Sweeney could act, because she put on one of the worst performances I've seen in any movie this year. Now, Adam Scott wasn't bad. He tried to deliver with this trash. And Mike Epps, he was only in here for a second, but he gave a I think Celeste O'Connor tried, but they had her saying and doing some of the most dumbest I ain't been this disappointed in a black female since Rachel Dolezal.
Oh, wow.
That's saying something.
Was that the faker?
That's
Yeah.
the white woman who claimed that she was
Yeah.
African American.
Wow. Yeah, that was quite a story.
Yeah, so there you go. The nerd rage is strong,
Wow.
but it sounds like it. When it's free on like Sci-Fi Channel or something, I'll watch it then.
Yeah, it would be perfect on sci-fi.
But I like the whole bad it's good type situation.
Yeah, but I mean,
But it's got to be like accidental. Sharknado is like intentionally bad it's good. I don't care about that stuff. I care like when they
Yeah.
really try to make it good and it flops.
yeah, but I mean, but
There's a Razzie for them somewhere.
oh, they
All
will
of them.
sweep the Razzies.
Give
this
them all
year,
of the
for
Razzies.
sure.
Get that Razzie red carpet going.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you want
carpet.
to see the trailer, if you want to see this monstrosity of a film.
Yikes.
I don't even like to say the word film when it's something like
Film.
this.
Film. It's a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably
It's an attempt at a movie.
It's edited images together.
Yeah.
the trailer's probably all you need. It's probably the best bits, and then it's done.
That's which is sad.
So you can watch the whole movie right now on our website.
1059thebrew.com. Let's see what's in the news.
Well, keep your eye on the sky. A 5,000-pound satellite is expected to fall to Earth tomorrow morning, but no worries. It will likely burn up in the atmosphere as it makes re-entry. Some fragments of the European Space Agency satellite, known as the ERS-2, could reach the planet's surface, but they won't contain any harmful substances and will most likely just fall into the ocean. So fingers crossed that is the case. Bob Marley, One Love outperformed expectations to debut at #1 at the box office with a $27.7 million opening weekend, while, as we just discussed, Madam Web flopped with one of the lowest debuts for a movie centered on a Marvel character ever. Despite this, I don't know if you read this, the film's producer says he hopes the audience will embrace the story enough for them to make another one.
Oh, for God's sakes.
It doesn't seem like that's the case so far.
Terrible idea.
Yeah.
Unreal.
But we'll see what happens. And finally, Linkin Park is going to be dropping a never-before-heard song. It's called Friendly Fire, featuring the late Chester Bennington. It was taken from the band's sessions for their last album, One More Light, which was released just 2 months before Chester's passing. Here's a little clip.
Sounds like Christian music.
Yeah.
Today on The Fish, the new Michael W. Smith.
Yeah, it's pretty light.
I do feel like that last album was like Linkin Park light. Like it was very
It was very candlelit.
melodic and
Yeah.
kind of poppy. There's no date for this, by the way. The release date has not been announced, but it will be coming if you are interested. So keep an eye out for that. More on those stories, 1059thebrew.com.
Thank you much. Have you been cranking the heat up at your house, trying to get warm, but you just can't seem to get there? Has your family been complaining, like it's cold? Have you just turned into a big letdown? Well, you might have some drafty windows, and that can cost you a lot in your energy bills. Hey, it's Tanner here for my friends over at Window Nation, and listen, right now is a great time to upgrade your windows because you can get 50% off all window styles and pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. Plus, they'll even toss in one of those free Nest thermostats with the purchase of a house of windows for free. Anytime I'm somewhere that has one of those Nest thermostats, I'm always impressed. I've got to get one of those. So right now is the time to protect your family from the elements and lower your energy costs. And if you're worried about a big construction job at your house, don't worry. Window Nation can install your brand new windows in 1 day or less. And they've installed over 2 million windows in over 150,000 homes, so you know they know what they're doing. Get a free, no obligation quote right now. Just log on to windownation.com. That's windownation.com, or call them at 866-WINDOW-NATION. That's 866-WINDOW-NATION. It's 105.9 The Brew, Portland's rock station. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We got to recap bacon and beer from Friday here a little later on this morning. We also have the dumbass of the day coming up in a few minutes. Before that, though, Drew has sports. What do you have?
Fights and ejections in college basketball with March around the corner. We'll tell you what's getting hot.
That's coming up right after the Stones at 6:23.
Well, yesterday was kind of marred with some aggressive behavior in college basketball, and it all works out with the calendar. Now, this first one, I don't know how much of a chance either of them have of getting to the big dance, but college basketball, more than anyone else, lets in a ton of teams. Well, Texas A&M Commerce versus Incarnate Word, which we had just talked about them for the first time like 6 months ago and said this exact same thing. I'm sticking to that, the what. But these two teams were in the handshake line and basically turned into a full two-team melee. It's nuts. Everyone looks half asleep walking through the line. Two guys start talking smack, and everybody turns this into Double Dragon. It's unbelievable. But in the end, it was broken up, and that was post-game, so it was a little bit different. But also, on the same line there that you've got last night, Kansas State against Texas. These are two teams fighting to get in and maybe win a national championship. And it was a fast break in which Texas had a clear path to the hole, and Day Ames came up from behind and wrecked him. Now, the guys are just kind of running their mouth in the middle of a fast break when this happens. Just
Uh-oh.
might as well just hit the lockers. You know, sometimes they're like, let's go to the monitor. It's like, nah, bro, the locker room's right down there. We'll see you later. But hey, a lot of people like a little blood, sweat, and tears on the way to a championship, so it could be a big march. There's your sports.
Thank you much. All right, all this week we got tickets to go see Tom Segura. He's going to be at the Moda Center on April 7th.
Oh, isn't that your birthday?
It is.
That's creepy.
Hey, nice.
And
nice.
I
It'd be a
had
fun night.
I missed Tom Segura last time he was here.
Wasn't he at Elon A
Elon
last
A,
night?
yeah.
And I had COVID. I found out I had
yeah.
COVID the day before the show, and
That
I was
sucks.
super
And that was
butthurt.
probably like a Friday night. Thing that sucks about this year is that it's a leap year, so your birthday would have been on a Saturday this year. But
I know.
alas, now
so
it's on a
frustrating.
Sunday.
So that means I have to wait another, like 7 years or whatever, 6 years?
Yeah-ish, 6 years.
5 years until I get it on a
Yeah.
Well, and rolls all the way back
Friday
around.
again? That's
Womp
annoying.
womp. I know.
Whatever. I'm going to take that day off. I've
That's
decided.
right. That's right.
Because I think Beefwater hooked me up with some tickets, but we're going to hook you up all this week. Coming up in 1 hour, tickets to go see comedian Tom Segura. We also have another edition of Dumbass of the Day coming up right after AIC. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew. Yeah. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, bing, bong. Happy Tuesday. You can send us a talkback anytime. Just download that iHeartRadio app.
Morning, Brew Crew. Gandalf here. Hey, Drew, the word I believe you're looking for is a hootenanny. Good old-fashioned barn parties.
This morning, we were
Have a
talking
great
about
day,
like a
y'all.
barn party. A hootenanny, like Tanner, Drew, and Laura's hootenanny.
I wish that was the word because it sounds fun. I've never gone to a hootenanny before.
I think he sent the talk back while
He was on his John Deere tractor.
just something. I don't know.
He's
what
earning a
so loud.
hootenanny.
Good morning, Brew Crew. Happy Brews Day to all of you out there. After the Friday wedding, I realized that this is honeymoon week. So happy honeymoon week to all you out there. All you folks who got married last Friday, cheers to you. Cheers to the brew. What a day that was. That was a freaking boost. Have a great Brews Day, everyone.
It was a boost.
Wow.
Winding out the 30 seconds.
The hell was that?
Later.
He's got his, what the hell was that?
Was he booing,
He
rocking
actually,
the crows?
He
you know,
did the
I
crow,
know,
yeah.
I know exactly what that is because he actually gave me one in the little goodie bag he gave all of us. He gave me a little. It's like a remote that makes different crow sounds.
Oh my God.
So there's like a caw. There's like a murder. Crow
Thanks.
sounds. So.
McD,
Laura lit up with that gift though. Look at her. How
I know.
happy she
I
is.
love it. I can go out on my balcony and just call them to me with it.
man, he was on cloud 9 at the end of that show.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I meant to hit the crow button. Sorry. What? Not the thunderclap. What the hell? There we go. All right.
There we
It
go.
was a thunder trap.
We will recap Bacon and Beer coming up here in 1 hour. In the meantime, you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass.
First class.
You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass.
Oh, you're dumb.
Am I the only one this gets stuck in my head like all
Oh,
day
yeah, I
long?
think
it's
about it all the
classic.
time.
Oh, you're a
Instant classic.
dumbass.
Actually, the tweak of the week one gets stuck in my head more often.
Oh, yeah.
So you'll have to play that one again soon.
A man steals a truck full of sports cars to get home after his prison release.
Man,
Officials say.
Well, how else are you going to
a man of convenience.
A man stole a tractor trailer full of high-end sports cars because he was just released from prison and needed a ride home, according to authorities in Arizona. The sheriff's office said that 23-year-old Isaiah Walker was arrested Thursday on charges of robbery, 11 counts of theft of means of transportation, and felony theft.
So
Yeah.
these are all terrible crimes, of course, but why don't they give them bus fare when they roll out? Like, you
Right.
just set them out front, and I'm blaming the guy, but isn't it a little silly?
Yeah, call an
maybe
Uber
they
for the
did.
man.
I don't
And
know.
he's just like, he bought meth and stole a truck.
Yeah.
It's very possible that they gave him that. I mean, in the movies, that's what they make it look like, right? They
Yeah.
just open the chain link fence and they
Get
just let him
gone.
walk
I
out.
also think it's interesting that he stole a truck full of sports cars, but didn't steal any of the sports cars. I feel like it'd be way more fun to drive home in a sports car.
He probably didn't know how to like get the car
He's
off
like,
the,
how do
the
I
trailer.
get this thing open?
I don't know that I could do that. I see them back there, but there's probably like a whole process that you have to go through.
And I
Probably.
bet they're unmarked levers that they just have to move around.
He'd be the guy that's up there spinning the tire in place on the trailer.
Exactly, dumping Teslas.
I guess the sheriff's office said that the incident started at a truck stop in Wilcox when Walker of Oklahoma approached the driver of the tractor trailer. He spoke to the victim about his truckload. I guess he just kind of made him feel like he was okay. Hey, I'm a nice guy. You're a nice guy. I'm just talking
Hey,
about
you
the
need
cars,
to like run
man.
inside, grab a Slurpee
Yeah.
or something. I'll watch your car, bro.
Oh, man.
Well, actually, he actually grabbed the driver.
Oh,
Oh, he got close.
He just got close and grabbed the driver and threw him out, kind of like it's Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, wow. Old school rules.
And that's when he jumped in and drove off. Now, the truck was hauling a bunch of 10 Chevrolet Corvette C8s.
oh man.
Okay, a bunch of Corvettes.
Yeah, 10. It was
ridiculous.
10 of them. 10 Chevrolet Corvette C8s. The value of the sports cars is more than $1.25 million.
Yay,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
Which I think makes this like it's a worse crime, right?
Yeah,
would think
oh,
so.
yeah. This is
Yeah.
a grand theft for sure. I mean, times 10. And also, like, when he says I'm driving home, is he dumb enough to park it at the house? Is that what's happening?
The sheriff's office spotted the truck and tried to get him to pull over. I guess he was kind of causing other vehicles to leave the roadway. I don't know if that he was
Yeah.
swerving for them intentionally,
Well,
but
I
not just
doubt
being
it.
the
I
safest
mean, if
driver.
he doesn't know how to drive that big truck, I can't imagine he was being a very safe
Plus,
driver.
And he admitted that the reason he stole it was the only reason was he needed to get home.
unbelievable.
He had
And
just been released from prison.
what's going through your head while you're still driving it? Like you're refusing to pull over, but they've got you. Like you can't disappear in a truck.
You're like, damn it.
You're just like, wow, I'm never
There's
gonna
no
be
hiding.
free again. They're
Yeah.
not letting me back.
There's
out.
no ditching in like a tiny little alley like they do in the movies with the giant semi with 10
Yeah.
Corvettes on it.
Game over. You can't put the shrub over it and go hide.
Yeah, right.
That's a guy who I think belongs in there. You know,
Yeah,
you get
yeah.
out, you get right back in within minutes.
It's like-
where you belong,
It
clearly.
almost feels like he didn't want to get released in the first place.
Yeah, he
You know, where
understands
it's
the
like,
commissary well there. You know,
Yeah.
he knows the routine.
Well, they say you're institutionalized then, right? Like
And-
Brooks. Brooks from,
Yep.
yeah.
And who's to say not everyone likes the cavity check? You know, maybe that's his
That's
This guy
true.
loves it.
He's like, it's
He's gonna have a huge. He thinks you guys win. He's gonna have a great afternoon.
All right, coming up later on this morning, we do have tickets to go see Tom Segura. He's going to be at the Moda Center on April 7th. Super excited for him, especially since the last time he was here, I had COVID, and I was just really sad about it. I remember being very
I
emotional.
know. I remember you being like really looking forward to the show.
Very emotional
And then
about
it was like
Just with a fever, blowing your nose.
just bad timing. Bad timing.
So,
It'll be way better this time.
yeah, at 7:30, we'll give those tickets away, and we got to recap bacon and beer. And coming up here at the top of the hour, Laura,
Yes.
Missed Connections.
Hey.
Oh, what?
Missed Connections.
We even made it onto Misconnections last week. Are we going to
did.
talk about
We will. Hang on.
it? Yeah.
So the comedian Drew Lynch, who we've had here in the studio a couple of times,
Yeah.
he posted a video over the weekend telling a story about, I guess, how him and his wife got together. He was under the impression they just met and things,
Standard issue
things
stuff.
evolved.
Sure.
But according to his wife, it was different.
One of the things I really love about mine and my wife's relationship is the fact that she told me we ended up together because she manifested it. I love that, because nothing makes a fella feel better than knowing some she-shaman meddled with free will by means of witchcraft in order to find a mate. And unlike the rest of us, who have to attract people by earnestly flirting and by exercising caution in order to suppress red flags, this witch lit a sage stick and prayed to Venus for my weenus. And so there I was, sitting at a bar with my plentiful 20s, completely oblivious to the fact that I'm about to be blindsided by a Bette Midler spell that some date Snape conjured up by doing crystal math and some Drew's my boo voodoo. And so I love my wife, and she is my soulmate, but I'll never know if it's me saying that or if it's some lemur demon who's got a hold of my boy loins just making me move it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Those are some good points, Drew Lynch.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot.
Appreciate that.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Thank you.
That's in the morning he delivered that.
So, wow.
I mean, I get it. Sometimes you just got to manifest what you want in life.
You know,
The universe will listen.
look on the bright side. You'd be alone without her.
That's true.
Yeah, right. Is he complaining
Yeah.
that he has a smoking hot wife? Like, what? Who
I'll
cares?
take whatever witchcraft gets the job
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, right. I wish I'd be put under a spell right now.
Yeah.
God, please.
Exactly.
Well, there you go. Drew Lynch and his lovely wife. You can see that video online at 1059thebrew.com. And I don't know when he's going to be back on tour, but whenever he goes back on tour, I'm sure we'll have him in studio again.
That's right.
right.
Coming up here around 7:30, we've got tickets to go see Tom Segura at the Moda Center. We got those tickets all week long.
Yes.
And coming up next, another edition of Misconnections.
Oh, boy.
Trying to help people find love. Or maybe you're listening to this and you go, oh, that's me they're talking about, and you need to get a restraining order.
I'm super creeped out right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like it's equal parts.
Right.
Yeah, it's
both,
good to know
yeah.
when somebody's breathing on the window at your shop.
Yeah.
So coming up here in just a few minutes, we'll get you another edition of Misconnections. And we're also going to listen to your talkback messages. So if you have something to say to the show, download the iHeartRadio app for your cell phone. Once you've got the Brew streaming, press the microphone button. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew. Yeah. We are streaming video in real time online. If you want to find us, you can go to YouTube, Facebook, all the good socials. Just type in 1059 The Brew or Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Yeah.
Or just go to 1059thebrew.com. But we got cameras here in the studio watching everything in real time. So if you get to work and you want to watch the show, do that. 1059thebrew.com. It's time to do this. These are real misconnections that we found in the Craigslist misconnection section. Misconnections I saw you section, because these aren't all like,
You're not looking for tires.
sometimes it's just like, hey, I saw you, you're a jerk.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
These are a little bit more on the intimate side.
For example, I'll start this morning. This one's to the receptionist I was rude to.
Oh.
I just wanted to apologize for my very childish behavior. I'm deeply insecure and I peaked in high school. Your hair looks just fine, and making fun of it was super rude for no reason. I'm not a good person.
Who wants to bet the receptionist wrote that missed connection? Like, it doesn't seem like, I mean, who says I'm deeply insecure and I peaked in high school? You know what I mean? Who admits that?
You think
I feel like somebody else may have written that.
I'm going to apologize
like
to myself on your behalf.
Oh, yes,
In
exactly.
their own bitterness.
I see.
Like,
Yes.
hey,
Okay.
punk.
Yeah.
All right. Laura, you want to go?
Oh, sure, I'll go. Yes. I didn't mean to ghost you. If you're still up for it, I'd love to meet. Sorry, my sanity was in question, and I didn't want you to question me. You wouldn't like the answers.
wow.
You for sure wouldn't like the answers.
Red flag!
Are you hearing me? So aggressive.
Yikes.
Tumblr boy who got away.
Oh.
I know you said you were done, and I'm trying to respect that. But we were just getting to know each other, and I think I let my insecurities win in letting you go so soon. The time we spent together felt like a girl from the universe. The train tracks we walked, the fields we wandered, I will never forget you. Have you already forgotten me? I hope one day you'll be reminded, and maybe, just maybe, you'll remember my number, or at least the last 4 digits. I miss my Tumblr boy.
Got to remember the whole thing if you want them to talk to you.
Yeah, I don't
Last
think the
4
last 4 are
digits.
going to get
Yeah.
you very far.
Yeah, might be his
And here's
no
one.
chance mode.
Here's one that hits a little close to home for us.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
This one's called, and this is a real. I swear to God, we didn't write this. Someone sent this to us, and because I didn't even find this. I usually check the misconnections on like a Sunday, right?
Just
I
to
go
see
in
if
there
you
and-
ran into anyone.
Yeah, yeah, right. I go and I check the misconnections on Sundays, and somebody sent this to me on Friday
Okay.
of last week. So I guess it
It
was
was Thursday.
Thursday night.
Because it was the night before Bacon and Beer.
Yeah. It's titled Bacon and Beer, Northeast Portland.
It's pretty obvious.
I'm going to be attending the Love Stinks edition of Bacon and Beer with 1059 The Brew this Friday morning, and I was hoping to not go alone. Anyone interested in playing some games and having some good times at 6 a.m. this Friday with a bunch of weirdos drinking beer and getting free bacon? LOL. It's seriously always a great time. I'm a pretty rad chick rather. That's I just don't know that many people, and they don't want to get up that early. Let's burn some pictures of our ex while eating bacon, drinking beer, and trying to win tickets to some upcoming shows. Live on, my favorite radio station with Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Man, they should
Hey,
write
look
promos
at
for
that.
us.
That's what I was thinking. Get
And
this
actually-
person on
Impressive.
commercial.
Well, did you, because she came to Bacon and Beer and she was like, I'm the one who wrote the ad. Did you talk to her?
Not on
Oh.
the air, but I did talk to her for a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah.
you saw the actual girl.
Yeah, she was
Yes,
at Bacon and Beer.
Because we were being accused of planting the ad, first of all, which we did not. And so it was nice to see the person who was behind it.
Yeah.
And she did find a date, by the way. She brought a guy who she met
That
Decent
is-
looking
through
dude.
the ads.
That is
Decent looking guy.
not a two-way street, right?
No
like
way.
if we were like, "Hey, man, we're heading out for beers at 6 a.m."
If I asked, the police would show up at my house.
yeah,
Right.
They're like, "All right, what are you trying to do? You trying to kidnap somebody?"
Yeah, right.
Instead, it worked out
Just
for
bacon
her.
and beer nonsense, sir. Put your hands behind your back.
Yeah. How about this one? H Mart Angel.
All right.
To the Angel I saw at H Mart today with the most perfectly curated, messy space buns, blue jacket, and you jingle when you walk. I should have complimented you on your outfit. Think you're super cute. I smiled at you. I have a crazy hair color. If you see this and want to connect, let me know what color my hair is. Sir, this is Portland, Oregon. Everyone has a crazy hair color.
And I'm sure that I know that Space Buns, they're referring to her hairstyle, but I so deeply want it to be something else.
Could be her
Space buns.
space booty buns.
Hey, booty, hey girl, what that space booty do?
You got that Space Buns look going on.
Check out them space buns. If you ain't got space buns, then you ain't. I don't know.
Then you ain't no fun.
Yeah.
Do we have time for another?
Yes, please. We got time for a few more.
Oh, gorgeous school bus driver. Oh, did you do the hair buns? Is that the hair buns?
No, we got double hair buns
Oh my
today.
God.
That's
Oh, yes,
another
there's
hair
more
bun.
buns.
There's more buns.
It's a
When
bun
you sing
full-
about buns, you
Bun
get,
filled.
Buns for days.
then you get more buns. Ooh.
What the hell was that?
That's what it says.
Is that, ooh.
Oh. What's up, beautiful school bus driver? with the cute piggy buns and an absolute gorgeous smile. You turning right on Hawthorne. Me heading westbound. I waved. You smiled big and bright. Then you looked twice. Girl, I see you. Can our buses connect? The handsome and the highly interested city bus operator.
Whoa, what a
Bus
pickup
on bus
line.
crime with the honey bun.
Can our buses connect?
The hair bun.
Nice. All right. This
Even
one's
buses need love.
called FedEx Drop Off in the Hollywood area.
Okay.
Curly blonde cutie dropping off a package. The energy you exude, along with your voice, are super pure. I turned around to see a glowing beauty in white. I thought you were stunning. I struggled not to stare. I was in white. You left in a hybrid. What was I doing? Message me. We simply must run into each other for drinks.
Oh, that's very
Fuel
sweet.
efficient lady.
Yeah.
That's weird. Well, there you go.
That is weird, but how else are you gonna?
Man, I feel the love this time. I think it's gonna be a match.
I think so too.
Hey,
Maybe-
well, it's actually one did work. A date out of bacon and
I'm-
beer.
right.
The Post.
That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, here's one example of a successful misconnections. I think we're probably responsible more than we'd like to think.
Let's do an experiment. Let's
Okay.
all of us post a misconnection.
I hate this idea
But
already.
because I don't think guys get as much traction as girls.
Right, which is why I am not a big fan. I'm gonna have so many creepazoids in my
Well,
inbox.
I say we
bro.
stay anonymous. Like we don't need to tell people who we are, what we are.
Yeah.
Right? We just put it up
Right.
there and we see who gets the most responses. You know what I'm
do it.
saying?
Absolutely.
Like
It's just a paragraph.
we're gonna
but
it's just a paragraph.
Okay, so what are we supposed to? Well,
It doesn't
but
have
you can't
you
really,
connected to it.
Yeah, but you can't really fabricate a misconnect. Like, are we gonna go out of our way to like?
We'll
see?
figure it out. I don't know. Like
Yeah, that is it might have that stuff.
But I mean,
well, if we
Like, because
if we have to lie, whatever, we have to
I know,
lie.
but they
but
won't respond if they
if
aren't
it's
the person.
if it's not a real person.
Okay,
so,
then we post a comment, not like a misconnection,
Yeah,
you
well,
guys.
that-
like
well, that-
something like the ones
Well,
that she just
ma-
posted.
Well,
Got
that
it.
makes more sense.
That's
but
what I was
I'm
trying to
saying
say.
is mixed connection might be tough.
Well, so we post in the misconnection section where all these go.
I got it.
I don't know why we're picking up.
You're getting
Jesus
hot.
Christ.
I don't. I think we're good. I think we got it. We got it.
So that's what right.
Yeah,
So
put a message up.
so that's what we should do. We should see who gets the most responses.
So it would have
Yeah.
to go in like the looking for love section instead of
Okay.
misconnection, or it's probably the
Got it.
same.
That's
Instead
thing.
of like an
all
I
the
saw
same.
you.
It's all
Okay.
misconnections. All right, we'll be back.
All right.
1059 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Tom Segura tickets all this week. We got those coming up for you here in just a few minutes. Before that, though, Drew's got sports. What do you have?
If you watched All-Star Weekend, you missed Damian Lillard way more than you did before. We'll tell you what that guy pulled off.
That's coming up right after Pink Floyd. Happy Tuesday. 723 in The Brew.
Well, the NBA All-Star Game was supposed to be more of a competition this time. Instead, over the weekend, if you were betting the over, you would have been correct. The total is as big as it could possibly get, and Damian Lillard was a big part of it. 397 points total in the game. Now, Damian Lillard also was MVP of that game and won the three-point contest. So remember, and I know it's tough to go back when a guy said he was going to leave us first, but Dame was going to report to camp, and we said we were over him, and things aren't going so hot, but we're not going to cry over that milk all day, but when it spills, it does smell sour. Also, Daytona 500 in the books. William Byron wins the thing. It was a day after it was supposed to be, of course, because of the rain delays. Just gave people another day to party and hang out. Luckily, it was President's Day, so a lot of people were able to make that happen. Also, a big moment in the Texas-Kansas State game as Day-Day Ames made a big mistake when Texas broke off on a fast break, getting ejected immediately. Man, in the end, he is gone, walking right up the tunnel, and March, right around the corner, will Day-Day be a part of the team? It doesn't seem like it's a, I would say, fireable offense, but they are paying these kids now. Could be a couple of games for him. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. More on the stories at 1059thebrew.com. All right, coming up next, I totally forgot about this. I'm very excited. On the phone, I believe, is Bill Burr.
Bill's on the phone?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah.
Hey,
Hello?
hey, Bill, I gotta play one song. Can I talk to you in like 3 minutes? Is that all right?
No, it's a deal breaker. I'm going back to bed.
Oh, man.
All right, I'm not sure if that was a joke
Yeah,
or
it
if
could
that's
be-
dead serious.
Could be very well true.
No. Go ahead, play your song, Owen.
Okay,
What do you want?
2 minutes and 54 seconds. We'll be right back with the one and only comedian, Bill Burr. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Happy Tuesday. It's 1059 The Brew. All right, the one and only Bill Burr is on the phone. Good morning, Bill. Oh, and I'm such an idiot. I gotta answer the phone first. God, I'm so dumb. I'm so stupid.
Hey, Bill's a big deal. He's got us all.
Yeah.
He's like, is this your first day?
I swear to
Like,
God. Bill, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
We're doing very well, man. It's an honor to talk to you again. We spoke to you once or twice. I'm sure you don't remember it.
He's got a big life.
Big life, a lot of things going on, but it's a pleasure to have you on again. What's been going on in your world?
Nothing. I'm just getting ready to go back out on tour. I had my first weekend last weekend, and I've been off since before Thanksgiving, which I thought was going to be a good idea. But I realized that if I sit around too long, I go into a nice big old depression.
Oh, no.
So you got to get back to work to pull out of it.
Dude, I'm that same way. Like if
If I sit around too long,
Yeah.
I have a chance to contemplate everything that happened to me as I was growing up, and then I just the fog catches up with me. However, if I just keep going from airport to airport, doing my little monkey dance in every town, I stay happy as a clam.
Does it ever catch up with you in a hotel room? Because I find, traveling it keeps you busy, but then it hits you at once. And it's usually when you're by yourself in a hotel room, or maybe you're at the bar by yourself. Because I get very depressed.
I think that when I was spinning my wheels in the business, and I would come back to a comedy club every 2 years, I would come back. I'd have a whole new act, and the same, only 30 people would show up.
Yeah.
There was a few times where I started thinking, am I the guy who doesn't make it?
Yeah.
That was not a good night in the hotel room. You're
Yeah.
like, I wish I had a higher floor.
That's what I love listening to comedians talk in their podcast, listening to your podcast, and I remember Bobby Lee talking about that once. He says he left the club and that he bombed, and that afterwards he looked at the sky, actually raised his hands and asked, "Why, God, why?" And I would think that's got to be the hardest part about maybe not someone like you, because you've made it at this point, but when you're coming up, that's got to be the hardest part. You do a show, and then you just go back to the hotel room and you crash emotionally. Like after the show, between noon and 2, I just want to die.
What it really is, I think what it really is you kind of, things happen to you, and that gave you the need to get on stage and be like, look at me, but you never really addressed why you did that. So what I learned from that was I had to figure out why I ended up doing this. And once I did that, I was able to kind of stay level. But I will say, if I do take too much time off, usually the dark side starts winning, so I got to get back out there.
Can I say one of the funniest things you've done in a long time is the podcast with I'm forgetting his name right now.
John Lovitz.
John Lovitz. They did a podcast together, and Bill Burr just bashed John Lovitz for an hour and a half.
I saw some great clips from this.
There's 1,000 different clips from this thing. It's gold.
When you two were making fun of each other's act.
Yeah, he's like,
that part was incredible.
You come in here, you're this monstrosity of a human. It's just the best thing. I'm assuming, obviously you guys are friends, and that's one of the reasons you can get away with that, but he actually kind of looked hurt a couple of times.
Him? No. We first of all, I was going easy. He came out swinging.
Yeah, he did.
And I thought he destroyed me. And also, that's literally all that we do. I that was nothing compared to what we text to each other.
Yeah.
There was at one point I texted something about his dead dad's disappointment in him, and he didn't text me back.
Savage.
I
You're
was
like, did I go too far?
Do you panic?
You thought you'd gone too far.
Yeah, and then he wrote back, "I'm over here crying, laughing."
Good.
Yeah, we both know, where it's coming from. So I love John.
But
He's
even
the
in the
best.
old
and
days,
he's also a sweetheart of a guy.
He does seem like a very sweet guy. But even in the old days, because you got thick skin. But in the O&A days, in the old club days, did your feelings ever get hurt, or do do they get hurt and do you turn it into something where when you bash
Turn
the
it into
audience?
power.
Yeah, what do you do? Does it? Because my feelings get hurt if I read a comment on the internet.
Only if I only take stuff seriously if I feel like the person meant it. But I would say, back in the even before by the time I got on Opie and Anthony, I was fine. I would say before Opie and Anthony, when I was learning about myself and all of that. There was times where someone was just joking and I would take it personal, but it really never had to do with them. It had more to do with me and where I was in my life. So I kind of started learning stuff like that. And once I did that, you know, it was fine. And I also grew up with everybody around me trashing each other. So in a weird way, I always took it as affection. You know, you're taking it, you care enough to make fun of me. You know, and why wouldn't you? I'm standing over here. I'm literally an orange human being. I mean, people are going to make fun of me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You're gonna leave me out?
I like the dark humor, especially around hard times. You know, if I'm struggling with something, if there's a tragedy in the news, I always found that the dark humor, you know, the Bill Burr type stuff, the Anthony Jeselnik type stuff, that I like that.
It's the only way to get through it.
It really
sometimes.
helps me just like when you just face it head on. I feel like, and I appreciate that. It
breaks the tension.
Right.
Gallows humor breaks the tension.
Yeah.
How long can you sit in the sadness before you just got to say somebody's got to say something ridiculous? And then, like, you know, the humorless people in the world always take it like you made a joke. That means you don't care. It's actually no. That's how much I do care.
Yeah.
The sadness is so weighing on me. I need to make a joke so I can just get one foot in front of the other and keep moving forward.
That's a good point.
They don't seem to understand that, or they deliberately act like they don't understand it because they're just trying to create a controversy that isn't even there.
Right. Well, Bill Burr, he's wise. He's wise beyond.
And I can just so associate with, you know, like watching his comedy throughout the years, obviously, and then through the pandemic. And, you know, like everyone can associate with the like pointing something out and being annoyed or disgusted with it. And I feel like you have that knack where like you're telling someone about something that's so unbelievable, you know, that it just portrays like every guy sitting in the living room going, "You got to be kidding me."
He's saying what we're all thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, you know, it's kind of a weird thing. I appreciate what you just said, but like trying to connect with people has become, it's a little weird now. Like when even up until a few years ago, there felt like there was sort of a collective consciousness as far as media consumption, even though there was still 100 channels and stuff. But now it is just like everybody's kind of like on their own little mushroom trip of media and trying to figure out like where people's perspectives are is like, you know, it used to be like, this is more of a city crowd. This is more of a country crowd. You know, there was kind of like that, you know, or this is a big state, big cities, and this is a smaller state with smaller cities. So it was kind of a couple of different vibes. You could make a little adjustment and you could just sort of be all right. Now it's kind of like, you know, I don't know. It's definitely changed. I mean, it's just, there's like, people are just living in their own universe.
I heard someone say that it's like everyone acts like they're the star of their own sitcom.
Yeah.
And everyone else is just supporting cast.
Yeah, and there's 4 billion avenues. So, like, Bill's lucky to have his name connected to it because he's, like, from the land before time, like some of us. But some of these guys, you're like, I've never heard of them. They're like, oh, they've got 1 billion followers and $20 million.
Yeah, it makes me insane.
And I've never even heard of them.
It makes me insane.
They're 20. Like, what the hell's even going on anymore?
I know. I hate the internet, actually.
Yeah, well, you know, it's good for them, man. They didn't have to go through all the crap that we went through, all the people ripping you off and everything. If you could figure out how to make $20 million sitting at home making YouTube videos about you opening up, you know, something new that you bought.
Yeah, right. Unboxing videos.
Yeah, it is quite a talent.
Well, Bill Burr's film Old Dads, which he co-wrote, directed, and stars in, premiered on Netflix in October. It's on there right now, obviously. Then he's got his special Live at Red Rocks, which I've seen. It's great. And then, of course, you got the trailer for Old Dads at 1059thebrew.com if you want to check that out. Also, F is for Family, 5th and final season, right?
Nice.
That's streaming right now on Netflix.
Yeah, 5th and final season was like 3 years ago.
Oh,
but
okay.
you know, the pandemic messes everything up. I will say, Old Dads absolutely crushed it, and it was killing me because it was in the middle of the strike, so I couldn't promote it, and it was #1 worldwide 2 weeks in a row and did over 50 million streams.
Man.
So I want to thank everybody for watching it. Yeah, people, that was like the first. You know, it was a hard R comedy, and they were doing all this dumb stuff. I don't know if we can do those anymore. And, like, what cracks me up, like when I'm on like Instagram, someone will post something from 20 years ago or 30 years ago, and someone will be like, "Ah, man, you couldn't get away with that today." It's like you just did.
Right,
You just
right,
posted it. Everybody's fine. We were all alive 20, 30 years ago. It's everything. It's just corporate lawyers in Hollywood and New York
Ruining everything. They ruin everything.
It's true.
Headache.
Can't stand it.
Deal with it every day.
They have to justify their desks, so they got to
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's a good point.
Bill Burr, you're going to be at the Moda Center for the show on the 22nd. We'll talk to you soon and have a great time at the show, man. Love having you on.
All right, you guys. Thank you so much for helping me promote the show. I'll see you.
Anytime. No problem. Bill Burr, everybody.
Woohoo! Well, a 5,000 pound satellite is expected to fall to Earth tomorrow morning. Thankfully, it will likely burn up in the atmosphere as it makes its re-entry. It's been up there since 1995. It's been decommissioned since about 2011, and it's finally just making its way back down to Earth. Some of the fragments, they say, could make it through the atmosphere. They don't know where those are going to fly, but they say, hopefully, fingers crossed, they will all land in the ocean, but they don't contain any harmful substances. So
there's a whale. It's like, dude, this is
that.
my house.
And like, what is this? God. Bob Marley, One Love, outperformed expectations this past weekend to debut at number 1. It didn't have much competition, however. Madam Web flopped with one of the lowest debuts for a movie centered on a Marvel character. But its producer does hope that people will come around to the film because he wants to do a sequel.
Yeah, it's never going to happen, dude.
Yeah.
Late in the game for that thought.
Not looking good. And finally, it's only been a week since the nominees for this year's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame were announced. And classic rock is racking up. Ozzy Osbourne is the clear favorite in the fan vote. Peter Frampton and Foreigner are not far behind. Fan voting does go through April 26th if you want to weigh in. More on those stories, 1059thebrew.com.
Thank you much. All right, coming up next, we have to recap Bacon and Beer from Friday morning at Stormbreaker. Thanks to everyone who showed up. We'll get you some of the details of things that happened coming up after Zeppelin. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew. Happy Tuesday. You know, it feels like a Monday, man.
Yes, it does.
Feels like a Monday for me.
The only nice thing is it'll be a short week, but it definitely felt that way upon wake up.
You know, though, I feel like sometimes the short weeks feel the longest for whatever reason. I don't know why.
You're tired. Like, I don't know if it's because, like on a Monday, you kind of just put your head down and you just like, okay, I got to just get into the zone and get through it.
Mm-hmm.
And then like Tuesdays, when that's the first day of your week, I just feel kind of sluggish. And then the whole week is like that.
And then I feel like you have to cram more stuff into the time you have in the short 4-day work
But
week.
I do got to say, even though we're all tired now, that third day, if that could be a permanent fixture, I feel like the whole world would be happier, more chill. There'd be like a namaste factor because you actually have downtime when there's a third day.
Yeah.
I feel like in our industry, you wake up or on Saturday and you're counting down the minutes already.
Yeah, who do we need to talk to make that 4-day work week happen?
Yeah, it needs to happen. I'm ready for it.
Because if the commuters change, then we can change with them.
Yeah.
I'm ready for it. But Friday was Bacon and Beer, the first Bacon and Beer of the year. Thanks to everybody who showed up. Thanks to everybody who donated food for people in need and who donated money that will go directly to the Oregon Food Bank for people in need.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to find out the actual total on Friday morning show. This time Friday morning, we'll find out how much we collected from the wonderful lady at the Oregon Food Bank. I forget her name.
It's escaping me too.
She
it's
was
all a blur.
Yeah, really sweet. And everything was going so fast on Friday that the show was over before I knew it.
Yeah, it
it's
did
a
go by
blink.
really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But what was the favorite highlight for you, Laura? The best highlight from Friday morning at Bacon and Beer for you?
Well, I mean, I think definitely getting all those people married and just like seeing everybody come in all dressed up, because I don't know what I was expecting. But I don't think I was expecting people to come in like full garb, you know. But there was.
I was hoping there was going to be somebody in a really beautiful wedding gown and a nice suit. Because
which there was. And
we were taking it seriously, and we wanted them to take it seriously.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that was my favorite part. It was a really great experience.
That couple, the one who was in the full wedding dress, he was done up to the nines. They had their full family there in the side room.
Yeah.
Even the witnesses on their marriage certificate were their brothers and sisters, like true family event. And I remember them saying, well, you know, we didn't want to spend a bunch of money, so we were going to go to Vegas, and this was way cheaper. Imagine waking up Saturday morning married, you have the event in the bag, and you don't owe anyone a dollar.
Yeah.
And their families were able to attend
They were
instead of
all
going
there.
to Vegas.
Yeah.
Yep.
They were so prepared they even brought their own cake.
They were?
Yeah, they had their own like little 3-tier cake over
That's
in that
great.
side
That's
area.
awesome.
And they looked great.
They did.
And they seemed to be just like so happy together, and it was very nice to see for sure.
It was, go ahead.
I was just going to say them alongside also Jenny and
And
Toph.
Toph,
They were so excited and
Yeah.
happy
Yeah.
and genuine joy that it did not look like this was done at a radio event. They looked like they had gone through the whole bell and
Toph
whistle.
sent me a very nice email over the weekend. I kind of mentally checked out over the weekend, so I haven't written it back yet. But thank you, Toph. It was very, very sweet. And congratulations on your marriage, dude.
Big moment.
Pretty awesome. So Fox 12 was there Friday morning. I don't know if I thought we were live. I don't know if we were live or not.
I was
on TV.
kicking myself for not texting Amy and telling her to DVR as soon as I saw the camera, but I'm like,
The cameraman told me that they were going to be live. I don't know if they actually were, but
and
here's
he gave us a thumbs up that he was at one point.
right.
But
They did run the channel or the story all day on the channel on the Fox 12 channel.
that channel.
And here, if you missed it, here's the news clip. We finally got some news attention, everybody.
Wow.
You know, usually they just shun us, right? Like,
There was some logo. Even Casey's logo on his chest was blaring.
It's I said the same thing. Like it's not an anomaly to make the news, but it is an anomaly to make the news where they get your station in there, you get a logo in there, you get the show in there.
Tanner's dressed as the Pope. I
Yeah.
mean, you get all in the piece.
We rolled a Yahtzee on Friday. This is fantastic.
here's the clip.
Okay, now that
And by the way, I just shot this from my cell phone because I couldn't find the actual clip on the internet.
Yeah, they bury us after the original.
Yeah, they get it the hell out of there.
Yeah.
now that Valentine's Day is over, 105.9 The Brew is celebrating an interesting twist on love. Specifically, what happens when you fall out of love? It was part of the radio station's bacon and beer party at Stormbreaker Brewing this morning. The show's hosts, Drew, Tanner, and Laura, invited fans to take part in a couple of activities. One was called Shred Your Ex, where they invited listeners to bring their emotional baggage and pictures
I love
and
that.
anything they can think of.
Emotional
damage.
So good. Every time I hear that, anytime I hear someone say emotional damage, I hear that dude from TikTok.
Absolutely.
pictures and anything they can think of to help them erase the memories of their ex-loves. And then on the flip side of the coin, they also held some weddings with Tanner, Drew, and Laura officiating.
Mm-hmm.
We come together for one of the most beautiful.
And by the way, I had to put the Pope outfit on in like a rush because the song we played was only like a 2.5 minute song.
2.5 minutes. I was like, Tanner, what are you doing? You got a whole get up you got to put on.
Well, Beefwater told me, he goes like, it's just like a blanket. You put it on your neck and you put a hat on.
And it is. And you just chose to put it on backwards and sideways.
I couldn't get the thing on.
Over a
He
sweatshirt,
was
too.
just trying to put his head through the armhole.
Yeah.
Like, what?
And then when I finally get the thing on, then you put the cape on or whatever, the red part that goes over.
Yes.
It's like a ribbon, I guess.
The decorative smock.
Yeah, the decorative smock.
It looks more like you were wearing a Snuggie, but that's okay.
Well, apparently I'm wearing it backwards. And so in this video clip that they're running on TV, I'm wearing it backwards and my Pope hat fell off. So all you see is my messed up hair.
How much hate mail from the Catholic Church hit over the weekend?
right,
Yeah, I haven't received any yet, but I'm sure there's going to be a picket line out.
Oh, God.
We come together for one of the most beautiful and truly budget weddings anyone could ever dream of. For some of you, the timing was perfect. For others, you just had to wait for those divorce papers to finalize. But this is a very special day, and we're all here together.
I was surprised at how much of that clip they actually used.
Yeah,
Usually
they got after it.
It's like a 2-second clip, but they
It's
gave
been
me
a light news day.
let me count how many seconds that is. Yeah, it must be a light news day because that was a
Special
full
day, and we're all here together.
Because they tell us all the time. So the news might be here
17
this morning,
seconds.
but if there's like a drive-by or if someone gets T-boned, we might get bumped.
right.
right.
Okay, they also had a representative from Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men.
Yeah, I saw my boy Colin out there from Goldberg Jones.
Yeah.
Hopefully he passed out some
Handing out
cards.
business cards, yeah,
Sure,
for
yeah.
sure.
Because how many people got married Friday morning at Bacon and Beer?
We
How
had
many?
5 couples.
5 couples. That's
And-
pretty good.
Yeah, and which was, you double that down. That's a pretty good head table.
I have faith in 3 of them. 4.
What does that mean?
4
You
of
think,
them?
you
Oh, you
think
don't
a
like the one
divorce
in-
is going to happen?
Well,
I
there
mean,
is that one.
considering the circumstances, I feel like one's already a little.
And which one are you referring to?
The one where the guy married his wife's best friend.
But I feel like they've weathered the storm.
It's the
Yeah.
ex-best
Right, like-
friend. And I will say that when we were even individually telling it, I went up to him after we told him that his marriage wouldn't last. I'm like, you guys should be good. And he goes, we are really in love. Like he looked me in a dead eye.
No, and
They were
I
nice.
believe that.
It's
I
intense.
believe that.
Super
for
nice
sure.
people, too.
Yeah, it was a weird thing to say to another man.
We're really in love. Well, congratulations to everybody. It actually was a lot of fun. I thought everyone did a great job.
Yeah, Mick D killed it too. Let's
Mick
be
D
Oh
is
my
our wedding
God,
singer.
yes.
I thought it was going to be a huge mistake, but it wasn't.
Yeah, right. Like I didn't know what we were really getting ourselves into because there was no rehearsing.
Yeah,
exceeded expectations for
Yeah.
sure.
we went off talkbacks alone, and then he really did put it in.
That was a lot of fun. So we'll have another Bacon and Beer very soon. Just make sure you're listening to find out when and where that one is going down.
Well, the Daytona 500 was postponed until Monday because of rain. And it's funny, because people party so hard at NASCAR, let alone the Daytona 500. You just got all these videos of people standing in the rain, just totally torqued, which sounds like a good party. William Byron took advantage of it, though, winning. The number 24 Chevrolet goes to victory lane and wins the 2024 Daytona 500. Also, the Nets have decided they're firing Jack Vaughn. The Brooklyn Nets now promoting assistant Kevin Ollie to interim head coach. Now remember, he was the head coach at UConn, who he won a national championship, then went through a firing where he had to petition it and the whole thing. Well, you want to stay out of the drama and the politics of college basketball, become a head coach in the NBA, and everything will be better. Also last night, a scary moment for Texas as they were on a fast break and Kansas State's Day Ames. They spell his name D-A-I. I feel like I missed out on something in this life, but he had a foul so bad they sent him right to the showers. Now,
Wait, so what happened exactly?
So the guy's on a fast break and he's running up to the hoop and the guy grabs him from behind like he's a Superman cape and just rips his whole body back while he's flying through the air. He just crashes to the earth. I guess I could have filled you in on that part. And the Blazers are off until Thursday, where they'll be back against the Denver Nuggets, which is a tall task. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. All right, coming up in 1 hour, we were going to do it earlier, but we forgot we had Bill Burr on the phone. In 1 hour, we will have tickets to go see comedian Tom Segura. He'll be at the Moda Center April 7th. You could be there too, 9:30. Listen to win. Coming up here next, if you go to movie theaters a lot, you may want to hear this next segment, or maybe not. The most disgusting things inside of a movie theater.
Whew. Okay.
We'll tell you about it. Also, we'll let you know which NFL teams have the fans who drink the most.
Ooh.
Which NFL team has the drunkest fans? That's coming up right after Metallica. Happy Tuesday. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. 98197 is our Lazy Boy text line. You can also watch the show in real time. Our video feed's online at 1059thebrew.com, or it's just easier to go to YouTube or Facebook.
That's right.
Type in Tanner, Drew, and Laura, 1059 The Brew. Follow us when you get a chance.
Yes.
All right, so no football right now. That's the worst part about the Super Bowls. Once it's over, that's it.
Well, it's the great wasteland.
And it does feel like it's still so early in the year. Like it's still so gray and gloomy. It's like it would be nice to have something to do every Sunday afternoon, but no, it's gone.
It's the great wasteland of sports after the Super Bowl because you don't even have March Madness isn't for a while. NBA games still only kind of matter, and baseball's always baseball.
Right.
So that's not a lot.
This is when we welcome the XFL.
This is
right.
it.
This is why it exists.
Wait, is it still happening? Because I thought they started doing games and then I never heard about it again.
They're merging with the
USFL.
USFL, yeah. So there's some sort of merger happening that I don't know where these games are
Do
televised
we have an XFL team?
But it's under the UFC. Isn't it under the UFC WWE Halo now?
Yeah,
it's all part of the thing.
They ended up making the purchase, but I don't know how it's being rolled out at this point. Or even is it at this? Or are they waiting until next year to do it?
So they're claiming that there are so many people that they're opening more seats to games. So it is pathetic when it's quarter full. So maybe not.
Well, it would
Make
be
the
nice.
tickets cheap. Make it a family thing, and it'll be wildly successful.
Well, will the passion be there? Because, with NFL teams, that's there's history. There's so much history.
Deep-rooted.
Your
Well,
dad's
I also
dad
feel
was a
like
fan.
What I see most about those XFL teams and like arena football teams is they come and then they go because they just can't keep people there and in the seats. you know?
That's what. But I mean, I think if you make it, there's no family affordable anything anymore, right? Like
Right.
if you think about it, even if going to a Blazer game. If you just go bleeders, you might be able to get a 4-pack for $100, right? That doesn't count your parking, your food,
I don't know.
or anything
These
else.
days, I feel like if you wait till the last minute, you could get some pretty cheap seats.
I think Tanner makes a good point, though, because I'm a Vikings fan, for example. If the Minnesota Snow Dogs win the XFL championship, I don't know that's the
You're
case.
a Snow Dogs fan
But
for
you
life.
you're not going to have the same gratification.
Right.
I mean, now maybe over the next 20 years, a lot of Snow Dog seasons and heartbreak.
It just needs to be enough to scratch the itch.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And to bet on.
Yeah, there you go.
You got to get a line.
I think regardless, people will drink.
Yes.
But will they
absolutely.
drink as much? If it's my team, I'm probably gonna throw back a few more.
I don't know. I think it's got to be. I mean, are you talking like in-person games or like
just even at
watching
home?
it? Okay.
I got a list here of the NFL teams that have the drunkest fans.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
And, I suppose, I don't know. The XFL to me when I hear XFL, I just want somebody to like clothesline another dude.
It's like, yeah.
And they even got rid of the rule, the no fair catching. They're like, we got rid of it because it's too dangerous. That's why you're here.
Yeah,
It's like when
I
you
wanted
order,
it to be more dangerous.
It's like when you order the NFL on Wish, you get the XFL. You know what I mean?
There's no denying any of that.
But, people love to drink, but I don't know. Will they drink? Will they drink as much if they don't know the teams? Maybe they will.
I think you just got to give them a reason.
But the NFL teams that have the drunkest fans, like what comes to mind? You guys off the air were already rattling off a couple of teams.
I said the Packers because they're already a high drinking place. It's a lonely spot, and their team is everything. That's just a stab, though.
The Packers. What do you think, Beefwater?
I think when you introduce anything surly, I immediately go to the Raider Nation.
Raider Nation. Laura, who do you think has the drunkest NFL fans?
I was gonna say the Eagles, just because they have their own prison in the stadium.
A holding cell.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
They do have their. Well, now is it just because people are assing out there all the time?
Yeah,
or?
so which makes me think that there's a lot of drunk people in the crowd.
Just walk them downstairs rather than have a cop miss the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as I guess part of How America Drinks, which is a series, BAC Track Analytics team analyzed over 28,000 anonymous BAC results
Blood alcohol content.
to determine which fan base drank the most during just the most previous seasons.
So they're actually breathalyzing people?
I guess so.
So these are official statistics.
That's pretty big time.
And this is the average. So I'll give you the top 5.
All right.
Top 5, New Orleans Saints.
Okay.
Bourbon
the top
Street.
5.
You're
That makes
getting
sense.
loose.
Party town.
Right. Number 4, the Atlanta Falcons.
Wow, hopeless.
The fans that drink the most. Number 3, the Indianapolis Colts.
That's surprising to me.
Really? In the
Indiana?
right in the Bible Belt too. I mean, I guess close enough to those like brewery town, like Milwaukee. I guess is pretty close to, and I don't know.
Cheers to
else are you
them.
gonna
No
do in
reason,
Indiana?
and they're still top 3. We'll take it.
What'd you say, Beef?
I said, what else are you going to do in Indiana?
I mean, that's a good point.
Really, you're just
I
hanging
lived
out.
there for 4 years. There's not much to do. Yeah.
Number 2 is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I was
That's
going
a
to
working
say
man's
that.
town.
I was going to say that.
Number 1, the team that has the fans that drink the most, the Tennessee Titans.
Wow, we were way
The Tennessee
off.
Titans.
Do you think
Because
it's
I
because their team's
almost-
so bad?
Well, they've had some tough runs, but I almost switched mine at the last second to the Buffalo Bills, but they
Yeah?
didn't make the list. They're always the most
They're
hammered on
always
camera.
assing out. Yeah.
Most footage of fade.
The Bills are at number 20.
All right.
Oh, so they're down there.
Where were those Packers at?
Packers are at number 8.
Okay,
Not-
so not
not terrible.
far off the.
And the Vikes. Come on, where are those Vikings?
And
Serving up that
Vikings.
sharp cheddar IPA.
Ew.
Oh man, they don't get nearly hammered enough. You'd think they'd be freezing cold in the parking lot.
Drinking out of their little horns.
I have one. It's not very conventional. Gets all up your nose.
I bet.
Why am I not finding the stupid logo?
I don't know.
Vikings
Maybe
logo.
they just
they
like
got a
maybe they're
Viking head.
that well behaved that they didn't even make the list.
That's boring. I was hoping at least a little
Yeah,
assing
it's
out.
because it's not alcohol. Like, it's just heroin at that point.
Yeah, it's smack.
Just jump to a
Same.
massive
No,
conclusion.
hold on. Seriously, can you come over here and look at
Are
this?
you
I
looking
can't.
Or
for-
hunt down that Viking head.
Yeah, I'll find.
I
it.
can't see the helmet.
You see like a really
I'm
ridiculous
I see it. I see it. I see it. I
mustache?
see it. It's number 25.
Oh, that's a very
Oh, it's even
boring.
it's even organized like on a map. Did you forget where Minnesota was?
I was looking, but I was looking over here. I'm an idiot.
All right. Well, you know.
I was looking. in the
We
wrong
always
way.
said we'd get nailed on the Carmen San Diego team.
U.S. geography, not
Locations.
our strong suit.
Yeah. No, I was looking. It doesn't matter where I was looking.
We found it now.
Wait, no, where were you looking?
I was looking at Michigan.
And how do we in the
sure.
Pacific
You
Northwest
lived
rank?
in Michigan.
Where's Seattle fall?
Yeah.
Seattle as number 13.
On the West Coast.
13.
13,
Okay. What
all
about
right.
what about Detroit? Since you were already looking there.
Detroit's at 22.
Oh wow. All right.
Maybe you don't
Surprised.
drink as much when you're going into the dome.
People love to drink.
Yeah.
People love to drink.
Can't be in the lot too long.
All right. Well, there you have it. Coming up in a few minutes, we still have those Tom Segura tickets. We're also going to check your talkback messages. So download that iHeartRadio app and say something. 1059 The Brew. It's Portland's rock station. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Got some talkback messages to listen to. Download the iHeartRadio app for your cell phone, and once you have the Brew streaming, press the microphone button to record something.
Good morning, Brew Crew. This is downtown Tina Brown. Thank you again for another epic bacon and beer. Thank you so much for the tickets. It was absolutely wonderful winning the grand prize. My sweet husband has never been on a train or to Seattle, so we are really looking forward to this trip. You guys have a great day. Thank you so much. Bing bong.
Bing bong. It was cool to see someone who's been to so many bacon and beers finally win the grand prize.
Yeah, and she was genuinely so excited. Her face just like lit up, and I loved it so much.
And she looked nice. Her
Yes,
very pretty pink dress.
Yeah, it was very
And
nice.
she was so nice. She brought us all gifts, and a lot of times gifts are, they're picked up on the way in. Like, she bought this really nice, like, cute hanging plant that my wife immediately put up in our house. I'm like, well, that's good taste. That just went right up.
She got a picture of my two dogs off of Instagram and put it in like a framed thing. It looks awesome. It's good. It's at my house now. I set it up as soon as I got home
really
too.
sweet.
Somehow a good person got rewarded with that trip.
Very sweet.
Sure.
Yo, Brew Crew, this is Blaze. So you guys are 100% right on Indiana being ranked up there. Dude, that's all.
I guess they have fans that drink the most, the NFL fans.
Oh, yeah. Indianapolis Colts was surprising to us. But
being ranked up there. Dude, that's all people do in Indiana is drink beer. And I'm talking lots of Busch Light, lots of Bud Light. I'm talking light beers to the max. They don't stop. It's a non-stop beer fest in that state. You can say Bible Belt all you want, but man, that state loves to drink because they don't got anything else. Weed isn't legal there. Damn.
Good morning, Brew Crew. Mighty Nick here. Just wanted to say that was an awesome bacon and beer. It was my first one. Can't wait for the other ones. You guys rock. Have a good day.
Hey, Brew Crew. Bacon beer was awesome. I'm safe. They finally let me out of county. I need a new pair of underwear, but my ride's coming. I'll check in with you guys on Fat Thor's Day. Woo!
So thank you, Fat Thor. Appreciate that.
Cut a hole in the back of another pair of underwear, huh?
Yeah, he did a great job as the best man on Friday as well. With bacon and beer.
He did.
So thanks to everyone who showed up. We got video online. Follow us on Instagram at 1059 The Brew if you missed it. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. And all this week, tickets to go see the hilarious Tom Segura. I know some people are like, is it Segura? Is it Segura? I heard him say Segura.
There it is.
Segura.
So I'm pretty sure that's the way you say it.
Lock it in.
You want free tickets? We'll play for your chance to win coming up here in about 15 minutes. We're commercial free thanks to Lazy Boy on The Brew. Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Coming up next, we got some tickets to go see Tom Segura.
Woo-hoo.
The lovely Tom. I don't know why I said lovely.
He is very lovely.
But he is.
Sensitive.
He's got a very
He's going to be at the Moda Center April 7th. And we've got.
shiny, bald head.
It does.
It is. He's got to put something on that. My head doesn't shine like that.
For sure. It's got to be like SPF 50.
We've never talked to him, have we?
I don't think so. I think he got big
Before?
right as it was time for him to come and do this show.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if we can get him on. I'd love to have Tom on.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we've got the tickets all this week. Anyway, coming up next, we'll give away a pair. We need caller 10 because you get to play real news or fake news coming up next. 866-445-1059 is the phone number. We'll do that right after Tom Petty. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew. Yeah. Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
We are on the radio.
We are here.
Forgot for a sec.
Wallet Hub has found that Massachusetts is the most educated state.
I mean, it makes sense. Isn't that where, like, yeah.
MIT, yeah. They got some big schools there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it makes sense. Massachusetts, top in the list. The survey took educational attainment, quality of education, graduation rates, and racial and gender gaps into consideration.
Okay.
Vermont, Maryland, Connecticut, and Colorado complete the top 5.
Wow.
Look at that. You lived in a big brain area, Laura.
Sure did. It didn't feel like that sometimes, but...
Yeah, I thought because it was so high that people just acted a little funny.
Like, whoa. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, that does surprise me. Like, the people in Colorado weren't dumb, but it doesn't strike me as smart people live there for sure, you know? Yeah.
No, it's one of the top 5 most
5.
educated.
Interesting.
I don't have the entire list, so I don't know where Portland or Oregon anywhere sits on this list, but
We don't have a ton of universities per capita. You know, like where you get out to the East Coast, every 6 feet, there's a college as much as there is a church. Out here,
Yeah.
only 2 major universities, a couple of mediums, and then some really good mid-level schools.
right.
And of course, OHSU.
You start getting to the coast and people start acting a little funny.
Yeah, I was just at the coast, and I got an 8-year-old whose reading level was on par with some that we ran into.
Damn.
So there you go. Massachusetts. I have no interest in ever living there. It just seems like a very cold.
Boston.
Boston. I spent when I went to New England with my mom a couple of years ago. We spent most of our time in Maine. But we did fly in and out of Boston, and it was really nice. I would like to spend more time there, but the traffic just seemed really terrible. And I've heard that it's like a pretty racist town.
That's what I've heard too, yeah.
So I'm like, nah. And it gets so cold, and it's so expensive.
Like out of
So it's just
the
nah, I
top
don't
10
know.
list of places to see in America, it's not even on the top 10. I have
Which
no
is
interest in
interesting
seeing
because
it.
but there's like so much history there, so I feel like if you're a history buff, it would be cool to go and just like see all those places. But
I feel like most states are cooler than they get credit for. There are some, like your Wyomings, that are going to be tough, but people don't have such an upside-down idea of what this place is. They think we're all in farmland.
Yeah, right.
Like,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's like, no, it's a forest.
So what state do you have absolutely zero interest in visiting? You know, for me, I got to say Massachusetts. You know, I'm talking about like a big travel destination. Nobody wants to go to Nebraska.
I was gonna say there's a lot of states that I wouldn't go back to for sure.
Well, like for example, I never want to go to, you know, this isn't a state, but I never want to go to, I don't never want to, but I have a bigger interest in going to like Tokyo or China than I do Europe.
I feel
Okay,
like, and this
yeah.
is going to sound funny, but Washington, D.C. will probably never be on my list.
That's a good one.
Because I'm all about history and I'm all about learning, but I don't have to stand in the lawn of the White House to understand it. And, you know, and this is going to sound bad too, it's kind of like history light. Once you've traveled around Europe and you've seen castles and medieval type stuff, like our history is history light.
But I
it's
mean-
our history, but it's light.
Have either of you ever been to Washington, D.C.?
That's what I'm saying. No interest.
No, okay. So I mean, the history definitely is there, but there's, I mean, it's a
just a
big,
tourist
it's
trap.
but it's a big city like anything else. So
But
I mean,
that's a good one that you don't want to visit. Laura, what's on the same lines for you? Like Miami or?
I've been to Miami. I don't need to go back to Miami.
Hot.
Popular
State you have no interest in visiting.
destinations. That's a good question. I don't know. I like visiting different states. I'm trying to hit all 50, you know, just for poops and giggles. And there aren't like any like big tourist destinations that I'm like, no, I absolutely don't want to go there.
I can think
You know
of a
what I
big
mean?
one that you and I probably agree on,
What?
Tanner. New Orleans.
Yeah,
Oh,
I got
really?
no interest in
Louisiana.
going there either. It looks like a
Why?
hot, sticky, stinky
Well,
mess.
you know,
the same
don't go in
reason-
July.
And I
You
don't
know
even
what
like the
I mean?
food. I don't like the music.
But like it's a exact same argument for Miami, right? It's too hot, it's too humid, but it is fun in the right realm. But yeah, it's hot and it's not my food.
Every time I see it on
Rice.
Cops, I go, God, that looks like a nasty place.
Crawfish and rice.
It's not all Bourbon Street. Like,
Oh, it's not. I just
That's
assumed.
the one part that we might
I assumed
get
it
there.
stopped
It is
after
a little
Bourbon Street.
rough around the edges, I guess, but like the architecture is so interesting. Like when you're there, you don't
That's
even
true.
feel like you're in the United States. It's just such an interesting place.
And I'm probably wrong. We probably both are. We probably get there and be like, that's cool.
Yeah, like if I'm dragged there or something, I'm like, oh, this is kind of nice.
Yeah, I've never gotten to go to Boston. Like you guys have both been there. I haven't been there.
I've never been to Boston.
Oh, I thought you had from
No.
when you were in New York.
No, I was just in New York. I never.
Oh, okay. Well, my bad. I've never been to Boston. I've only been to the Chicago airport, which is a monstrosity.
You should. Tanner, you've been to Chicago, right?
Yeah, I've been to Chicago.
Okay. Yeah, I would suggest. I think you'd enjoy Chicago, but again, it's one of those things where like maybe don't go in January. You
Where
know
you're
what I
dying
mean?
freezing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that people were dicks in Chicago. Some of the rudest
Midwest
people.
nice my ass.
No, not in Chicago. Some of the rudest people I ever met.
Yeah.
But yeah. So for me, Massachusetts. Drew, no DC.
I hadn't gone to California for I think I was 30 before I went to California for the first time.
I love California. I hate the price.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
I
expensive.
turn into such a Scrooge. Like, what do you mean eggs are $14.50?
Yeah, I never need to go back to San Francisco. I don't know what people's obsession is with San Francisco. Didn't love it. Don't need to go
Burn
back.
your wallet right there at the bridge and go home.
You can send us a talkback anytime through the iHeartRadio app or through our Lazy Boy text line at 98197. Let's play this. Got a bunch of headlines here. Some are real, some are completely made up by us. You just have to figure out which is which to win the tickets to go see Tom Segura. Let's meet our contestant. She's calling from Hillsboro. Her name is Jessica. Good morning, Jessica.
Good morning.
You a Tom Segura fan? I would assume.
I absolutely am.
Yeah, he's a funny guy, man. I love every one of his specials. I didn't think the last one was as funny, but it's still good, you know?
And even his podcast with his wife, super
Oh,
funny.
your mom, or was it Not Your Mom's House, or Your
Something
Mom's
like
House?
that. Yeah,
something like
I
that,
really
yeah.
like it a lot. And Two Bears, One Cave with
Bert Kreischer?
Yeah, even though he kind of is annoying sometimes, but
Well, you know, they are comedians. I feel like all comedians are annoying sometimes.
Yeah, after a while, they burn bright and then out.
Yeah.
all right. You know how to play the game, right?
I do.
Got to get at least 3 out of 5 to win. It's time to play a fun round of real news or. All right, real or fake, Jessica. And remember, if you lose, you have to listen to us give your tickets to somebody who did nothing.
Okay.
Real or fake? Scientists grow world's first artificial man bits.
What?
That's a real
Is
story.
that a real story? It is.
Man.
Was that like all the bits or just some of the bits?
Well, it's
I don't know.
2 bits in particular. I think those ones need to get there.
Real or fake? NASA looking for people to live in a Mars bunker.
Real story.
Is that a real story? It sure is.
Oh, my God.
I'd do it. Would you
No
do
way.
it? No?
No way.
You got to be at least 35, in between 35 and 55 years old, and you have to have, I think, have flown a plane for at least 1,000 hours.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So we are out.
man.
I'd turn into Steve Buscemi up there. I mean, have me taped to a chair.
Yeah.
No nukes. No nukes. Real
Classic.
or fake? Woman sues body lotion company after accidentally using it to frost a cake.
Oh.
Oh, that's a real story.
Is that a real one?
2 and 1.
That's a fake
I
story.
can see how that would happen, though.
Real or fake?
Yes, sir.
Camper goes viral for making tents out of parachute pants.
Real story.
Is that a real story?
Oh!
Yikes.
Oh, man, you were doing so well.
On the ropes here now.
Go ahead and use your head because you've said
Wow.
the same thing on every answer. 2 and 2.
Here we go. Real or fake? And it all comes down to this. If you get this wrong, you have to listen to us give your tickets to somebody else.
For all the bits.
For all the artificially
Man
grown
bits.
man bits. Woman claims she had an affair with a ghost.
Real story.
Is that a real story?
That's right. Nice one.
You're in.
It worked.
Congratulations.
Man.
You just got yourself tickets to go see Tom Segura at the Moda Center April 7th.
Super cool.
People in their ghost affairs, I swear.
So many people saying they have sex with ghosts. It's kind of wild.
I'm thinking maybe I should try it.
A little left out.
Like at this point, might
Hey,
be
for
my best option.
For some people, that's the only way they're going to get laid.
See, I've never been even hit on by a ghoul.
All right, hang on the phone. We'll get your information, and we will see you at that show because I will definitely be there. We're going to find out what's trending next. Hang on. Lots of good stuff on the website at 1059thebrew.com. Just click on Tanner, Drew, and Laura when you get there. You can see, well, you know, it was supposed to be Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Dog of the Week, but I don't.
Where's that dog
I don't
at?
have him yet. I don't have the new one, so I'll reach out to the Oregon Humane Society. You can just go to their website.
In the meantime,
That's
we're putting
true.
up a picture of Snoop Dogg and Holding.
He's pretty cool tool.
But
Cool,
if-
cool
He's one cool
tool.
tool.
Yeah,
He's like, what you talking about?
He's a pretty cool tool.
But if you're needing a little buddy for your house, you know, these guys are looking for forever homes. So
Yes.
go to 1059thebrew.com. You can find a link to the Oregon Humane Society's page from there. This video's gone viral of a flight attendant who leads the plane in a Taylor Swift sing-along.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
man,
no,
I'm not sure. I mean, I was on
no,
board for the Super Bowl,
no.
but this is a bit much.
Cruel summer.
Yeah, why she said cruel summer.
Cruel summer. Sounds Australian.
It is an Australian flight, yes.
Oh, okay. Whoa!
This is your captain speaking. I'm just going to go ahead and crash directly into the water. So if you look outside, you'll see the ocean getting closer, 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 and oh.
Mid-song, the oxygen drops.
Yeah.
So,
I'd be
okay.
so upset.
First of all,
So annoyed.
she was in Australia this week, so obviously it's a plane
the
full
fever.
of Swifties.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
there's obviously also a few fans or seats occupied by non-fans. So
Highly
for those
annoyed
people,
humans.
yes, for those people, I do feel bad. But
I'm going to take this plane directly into the outback if you continue singing. I swear to God.
Exactly.
So there you go. I don't like it when people sing on the plane.
me
Not
either.
everyone's there to sing.
No.
It's kind of like being held hostage inside a subway. Like we didn't know you
buskers.
were going to do 5 songs out of key.
I feel really bad for people who, you know, not too bad, but, you know, it's got to be annoying when you ride the subway every day and you just did like a, you know, a construction job in the heat or the cold in that area, and you got to listen to some dude who sucks
every day.
You know, though, if you're living in New York or someplace like that where it happens all the time, I'm sure you just zone it out.
That's why they're all dead inside. They're like,
Yeah.
we've had it. Feelings are a thing we don't do anymore.
You can see a lot of video clips from Friday's Bacon and Beer party. It was a lot of fun. We got 5 different couples married at Bacon and Beer. You can see the wedding if you missed that. Fox 12 was there. You can see the video clip from the news.
Yeah.
If you missed that, 1059thebrew.com. Couple things we didn't mention today. I wanted to talk about this, but I ran out of time. The dirtiest part of the movie theater.
You better not say the butter bar.
It's probably your seat.
It is your seat. Your seat apparently is filthy. And
a bunch of clock over
in
there.
particular, the
Yeah.
cup holder. So
whoa.
never put anything there. As a matter of fact, what I like to do, since I've heard the cup holders are really filthy, I put a napkin in there, and even with my cup, because a lot of times you're touching the cup with your hand.
Of
Yeah.
course.
And so it's just been sitting in that
You are
that germ
such
tray.
a germaphobe.
I know. So
You
I
got
put a
full-on equipment
put a napkin
bag.
in there so it kind of protects it.
Yeah.
Because you can't put. I thought you were gonna say you just put it on the ground, and I'm like, that's a good way to lose your soda.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just to kick it over.
Kick it
My
over,
kids
yeah,
would
I
kick
would
it
do
over
that. I
for
would.
sure.
Especially if it's a sticky floor. I don't want to put my.
Ugh.
I don't even like put my. I have, but I don't like even put my popcorn on the ground. This is probably even worse. What I do is I'll like. You know, if nobody's sitting next to me, you kind of fold the seat back a little bit and you'll put your popcorn there.
No, gross.
What's
No,
better,
it
that
is-
or the floor?
Put it on your lap like a normal person.
Well, if I have a
can't
hot
leave
dog
it
in my
there the
lap.
whole- you can't leave it in your lap the
I go
whole
big
time.
when I go to the concessions.
Okay, all right.
Hot
I
dog,
just
nachos.
play dumb to it and lick my palms after I'm done.
Yeah, honestly, I don't care. That's what made us strong. That's what made us
Yeah,
build
we
a
were
healthy immune system is just by eating dirt.
It does make a
So-
good point because now we're like, oh my God, that's so gross, but it never killed any of us.
No.
We were all fine.
We're fine. We're fine.
And-
Put your
It is
cup in the
true.
damn
It's
cup holder.
I have problems.
But I'm not doing it.
I can't.
True, but not
Yes, you
true.
do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so what else? It's the dirtiest place in the theaters right there in your seat, which is just a wonderful thought.
So you'll never get away from it. But you bring a little hand sanitizer, you could squirt it in there.
But I mean, think about that anywhere you go, whether it's like a taxi or a plane, a seat on a plane or a train. They're all going to be
I
disgusting.
think about all that. Parking meters, any door handle to a public building.
Yeah.
I just think about how many people pooped and immediately touched this.
Public restrooms,
Yeah.
it's all disgusting. We're best not to think about it.
Yeah, my mom ran a daycare when I was a kid, and I think that's why I have an immune system like I do. It's just
Yeah.
just wading through boogers for years.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Our Donkey Show podcast is coming up next. By the way, for like half the show this morning, I felt a booger in my left nostril, but
Is it gone?
I couldn't get it. Like, so every time you would breathe, you would feel it move.
Yeah.
So did you lose it north or is it in the wind?
I think it's back in there because I went to the bathroom and I tried to see it and I couldn't see it, but I could feel it.
Well,
And you didn't go to
did you
shoot
try to
it?
blow it
I was
out?
blowing it. It's not coming out. It's lodged in there, but it's out enough where there's a flap catching the wind, catching me breathing.
Yeah.
Laura's got a.
It's catching an edge.
So gross.
Disgusting. That's so gross.
It's like a wind sail.
And what I'm worried about is if I don't get it now, like it's gonna randomly pop out during mid conversation sometime today.
Yeah, probably
Big
will.
finish.
Hopefully after the show's over because I can't be around that.
And there's no meetings, so it's you and your bugs after a few more minutes.
Yeah.
Just got to
Yeah.
get through the podcast.
Anyway, speaking of the podcast, there's a story that we're going to talk about, and I'll just give you the headline. Oh, geez, it's kind of an intense
I don't know
headline.
I don't know
think
if
you
that's
might
a good
have to
idea.
morph the headline.
Somebody put
It's a medical thing.
Yeah,
What-
somebody put something where it doesn't belong.
He put this man
big
jams
urethra.
several.
yeah.
He jammed several button batteries into
A location on his
his pee hole.
Yeah. I think urethra is the official term.
Urethra. Thank you.
Yeah, the
I
medical term.
I tell him when I say my doctor,
how it
I
is.
tell him to say, "Can you just say pee hole? It's
That's
easier
a way
for me."
more. I mean, I don't even know what
Do
you're
you,
talking
I
about
was
unless
gonna,
I call
do you
it
normally have problems with that area?
We all do.
Guys?
I mean, well, eventually.
Yeah,
it's going to be
eventually,
like,
right?
this plumbing doesn't work.
Anyway, we'll tell you the story on why he did that, how he did that.
Yeah, that would be my first question. But
And what
how?
size batteries are we talking
Yes.
about?
Well, they are the pocket, those little tiny like.
Oh, okay. The
Yeah.
kind that goes in
They call them
like
button
a
batteries.
Fitbit.
Yeah,
I was thinking
button
like
batteries.
D-cell batteries, the square
Jeez
ones.
Louise. Anyway, that's coming up at the Donkey Show podcast. You'll be able to hear that at around 10:30, 11 at the latest at 1059thebrew.com. All right, we will see you tomorrow. Teresa's in next. We got more Tom Segura tickets then. It's 1059 The Brew. Bye. and for the first